What? Hello? I think.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us in our Environment Committee meeting here. It's Wednesday, March 20th, 2024. It is 10:08. We are in room 2B. I'm House Chair Joe Gresco. We have a robust agenda today. We will hold the votes open until 2 this afternoon for our virtual attendees via this Zoom link and also with the clerk in environment in room 3200. Since this will most likely be our last meeting, if you're so inclined to join the committee leadership upstairs in 3200, we're going to have a little thank you event. And don't forget, it is Ag Day here at the Capitol as well. Any comments from my co-chairs? That's you.
No, I'm distracted. I'm sorry. But no, I'm all set.
Senator Harding.
What's the thank you event for?
Being alive.
JF.
I have a feeling you guys are not gonna be thanking me at the end of this meeting. I just want to say, it's been a very fruitful session, so, and committee, and as always, I really appreciate the work of our chairs and co-chairs and vice chairs and ranking. And I know Rep. Callahan is virtual, and he'll tell you why in a second, but I tell you what, Rep. Callahan is a real trooper, going through what he went through with surgery. I had a hernia surgery myself last summer, and
Representative Callahan, you could pick it up from there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to the chairs and rankings. Yeah, I certainly would like to be there in person. But I had a couple really painful hernias that I was rolling out of surgery less than 24 hours ago, and it's still pretty painful and I can't drive, but I did not take any heavy medication at all, so I can be of sound mind, although some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may question that anyway. But it's been a pleasure working with this group, although we don't always agree. This is a great group of people that puts their heads together to try to come to compromise and solutions for the people of Connecticut. And I do apologize for not being there in person, but I assure you, with the pain I'm in, you don't want me there anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say to Rep. Callahan, I am so glad you are not in the room right now. This is a very rare chance for me, and I plan to take advantage of it.
Senator.
Well said.
Senator.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And I just echo the sentiments of all of the members here. It's been a great experience and enjoy working with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. We get to our agenda. Without objection, the creation of a consent calendar is to be considered. Is there any objection to creating a consent calendar? Seeing and hearing none. Mr. Clerk, please note the creation of a consent calendar. Without objection, I'd like to place these items on the consent calendar. Item number 3, item 4, item 5, item 6, item 8, item 10, item 11, item 13, item 14. Mr. Clerk, please record those item numbers. Is a voice vote for approval. All in favor? Oh, I don't see any objection to a potential voice vote when we do this. So we will do this at the end of the. I'm creating a consent calendar and
second.
yes.
How about this? I make a motion to create a consent calendar.
There you go. Thank you.
And then
Motion made by Senator Harding, seconded by Senator Lopes.
And I have a motion to add what items to the consent calendar?
3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 13, and 14 to the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second, moved by Senator Harding, seconded by Representative Palm.
Good. So let's move on.
Okay. We are going to now head to the agenda. Item number 1, House Bill 5004, an act concerning the implementation of certain climate change measures. It would be a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by
Second.
Representative Palm. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. As we know, this bill has a great many sections, and I won't go over all of them because I'm sure my colleagues will have lots of questions. But just to summarize in 4 overarching goals of what this bill attempts to do, which is to address climate change in the following ways. Number 1, updating our state's Global Warming Solutions Act greenhouse gas emission targets so they are more in line with our neighboring states. This bill creates many incentives for both businesses and municipalities that engage in clean sectors or engage in environmentally sustainable practice. Number 3, it plans generally for the transition to a clean economy, including state accountability and workforce training. And then finally, it supports and expands nature-based solutions.
Thank you, Representative Palm, for the summary of House Bill 5004. Are there any questions or comments concerning HB 5004? Oh, there he goes. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was trying to give some of my colleagues a chance to comment first. I do appreciate Representative Palm's explanation and her intentions. And the good co-chair has been very generous with her time sitting down and going through this. And as I said, I do believe her intentions are good. What I can't get past with reading this bill, going over it numerous times, is we're looking to have a full electrification of the economy and of all energy in Connecticut. The issue is we are, the energy demand across the country and in our state is increasing dramatically. Why? Because we now have data storage, EVs, Bitcoin, artificial intelligence, data mining, carbon sequestration, heat pumps. FERC is saying that we will need 38 more gigawatts of power, the equivalent of 34 more nuclear plants, just to handle that. In Connecticut, as you know, our electricity prices are extremely high and make it very difficult for people to make ends meet. It's one of the biggest household expenses of the people of Connecticut. And then speaking to your constituents, I'm sure you all hear it as well. The bill does get into talking about switching over to complete electrification, but doesn't get into how we will create that power. Fossil fuels, meaning natural gas in Connecticut, is the majority of our electricity production in Connecticut, with about 38% coming from nuclear. Renewables will be a small percentage, and with the increased demand will continue to be a very small percentage. As a part of this bill, the good co-chair talks about battery storage, because as we know, with the electrification and renewables and Class 1 renewables, they are intermittent. We are still going to need backup to create power. As it is now, in speaking to ISO New England, they go up the line and bid on prices of natural gas, and we are going to need more and more energy, which we'll have to keep going to the higher bidders. So a lot of these, while admirable goals are to be achieved, are going to just cost the people of Connecticut a lot of money and are going to drive our businesses and our residents somewhere else that's more affordable, unless we can come up with solutions to create affordable power. And without the word nuclear being mentioned in this bill at all, I don't know how that's going to happen. We have plentiful natural gas to our south and to our west in Pennsylvania. We just don't have the pipeline capacity to get it here without liquefying it and shipping it via ships or trucks. So while that that being said, I understand we are all also very all conscious of the climate. I just don't know what this will do to improve the climate or to change the weather or to alter the weather in our little state of Connecticut when most of our the prevailing winds come from the west, and I just don't see the benefit does not exceed the cost. And as I said, I do appreciate the work that and the passion of the good co-chair, but I just don't see us getting there in an affordable way without the means to do so. And that I'm not going to get too much into the weeds. I just wanted to make that statement. No disparaging remarks at all about the co-chair's bill. It's just it's a difference of ideology and opinion here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Any other comments or questions? Senator Harding.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and I again want to thank Representative Palm's work on this bill. I know she's been working diligently, and again, I know her reasoning for it is noble. I think I understand the climate crisis and that we're in, and I understand why we should be taking measures to curb our carbon footprint. I respect that. I understand all of that, but ultimately it comes down to strategy and how we're going to do that. And my concern, in similar vein to what Representative Callahan had mentioned, is one, similar to what we're dealing with EVs, right? In that I've been saying, and many of my colleagues have said, that there's not a plan in place to actually implement it, that we're saying you have to move to no electric vehicles being sold or new electric vehicles being sold, new regular vehicles being sold starting in 2035. But the plan on how to get there it's not being implemented. So we're not implementing a plan and then still mandating something that we don't know how to get there. I struggle with the same thing in this particular bill, in that if you look at the bill, it sets certain requirements in terms of where we have to be for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Again, a noble cause and understandable as to why we would want to do that. Yet if you look at Section 4 of the bill, we're passing a law that mandates that we have to be at a certain greenhouse gas emission level by a certain date. Yet there's admittedly no plan on how to actually do that, because in the bill, the same exact bill, in Section 4, it says that the Deep Commissioner shall conduct a study due in January 1 of 2026 that will contain the strategies for achieving the goals that we're mandating. So again, it's putting the cart before the horse. We're mandating something with literally no plan to get there. In the same exact bill, we're saying, here's the mandate, and a year from now or 2 years from now, we're then going to figure out the plan on actually how to get there. It would make much more sense from a practical and legislative perspective for us to say, this is how we're going to get there, and then set the goal, as opposed to the opposite track we're going here. It's the same exact argument that I have made and some of my colleagues have made related to the EV mandate. And I would also second some of the concerns of Representative Callahan in terms of energy costs in our state. We are the second highest burdened energy cost in the continental United States of America already in Connecticut. I think many of us hear from our constituents on a daily basis how their energy bill oftentimes is the most expensive bill in their household, and how in some cases, unfortunately, it has driven people out of the state of Connecticut in terms of unaffordability. We are one of the most unaffordable states, unfortunately, in the country to live. Adding costs to the hardworking individuals, the hardworking middle-class individuals of the state, is something that I can't support. And inevitably, when we set these goals, albeit extremely noble, we are going to be adding a significant cost to the consumers of the state. And I would argue that, again, looking at Section 4, what the quote unquote strategies are going to be that DEEP are going to create to get to these goal emission levels are going to have to contain fees, are going to have to contain costs, are going to have to contain models like TCI, which we brought up a couple of years ago, impacting people at the gas tank every single time you go fill up your gas. What fees are going to be placed upon the consumers of the state? I mean, these are all things that we have to be cognizant of when we vote on these measures. And I know I am for my constituency, and I know many of, all of us on both sides of the aisle are. So it is not a debate of whether or not this is a noble cause. There is no doubt this is a noble cause. This is not a debate of whether or not legislators have not worked hard on this bill. I know firsthand Representative Palm has put a lot of effort into this bill, and I appreciate her hard work on this. It really comes down to ultimately how this is going to be rolled out from a practical perspective, setting goals in which admittedly we have no plan to get there. Because in the same bill, we're conducting a study to figure out how we're going to get there. And then ultimately what the recommendations are going to be from DEEP when we implement this bill, which I think are, I don't see a way in which this is not going to cost the consumers and the residents of this state hundreds, if not thousands of dollars when it comes down to their electric bills, when it comes down to every single time they fill up their gas tank. And that's something for myself and my colleagues we can't sit here and approve. And that's the reason for my no vote today. So I appreciate the hard work that's been put into this bill. I appreciate the noble aspects of why this bill is being put before us, but based upon the reasons that I've laid out, unfortunately, I have no choice but to vote no on this measure today.
Thank you, Senator Harding. Any other comments or questions? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate Representative Palm's work on this bill. I know she is a true believer in the concept that we are in a crisis and the world is going to end if we don't stop driving SUVs. I don't agree with that. I have been studying this issue for years and years, reading the best science that's come out of the best educational institutions and scientific institutions in this world, and there is no climate crisis. There isn't one. So I certainly couldn't support any declaration that one exists. I also couldn't support the intent to completely electrify everything and get rid of fossil fuels. Let's think about this for a second. If everything's electric, let's say all our cars are electric, we don't run on gasoline anymore. To start off, all the gasoline stations in your towns will be closed. So all those businesses that pay all kinds of taxes in your town will no longer exist, will no longer pay those taxes. I don't know if any of you have sat and looked at a busy gas station in the last couple of years and watched, for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, watched cars come in and out. They come in, they fill up, they leave. Sometimes during busy times of the day, there's a little bit of a line to get to the pumps. They take about 5 minutes to fill up. Imagine sitting there watching that same gas station if it took an hour for each car to fill up. Remember the 1970s gas lines where cars were lined up all down the road? That's what we'd be looking at again. And also remember that, let's say we get rid of all these gas stations and all our cars become electric and all our houses are heated with electric. What about the vehicles that can't run on electric? Airplanes, ships, big trucks. They still have to run on fossil fuels. How much you figure a gallon of diesel is going to cost when we're not making fossil fuels at market volumes anymore? Every product and service that we use is going to be astronomical. We can't just flip a switch and say, we're going to do this, especially when the technology simply isn't there. The car manufacturers, many of them thought, oh yeah, we'll just switch over to electric. So they spent billions of dollars retooling to make electric cars. Nobody wants them. Nobody's buying them. They're stacking up on the car lots, and the car manufacturers have announced, we're not making them anymore. We're switching back to fossil fuels because they actually work. People actually want them. ISO New England just issued a report saying if we switch over to electric and everybody's got electric heat and electric air conditioning in their house, especially heat, what happens when it gets cold out? The system would be run on batteries because windmills and solar don't work as well in the winter. So we would have enormous batteries that help even out the cycle. But we live in New England, and it gets cold in New England, and batteries don't work well in the cold. So, you know, I know this doesn't, well, there's been a lot of talk about getting onto the California emission standards. In most places in California, it doesn't get very cold. And we would be tying our battery regulations to a place where it doesn't get cold. But here, it gets cold. The batteries just don't work in New England. I encourage you to read ISO New England's recent report, an alarming report. So you're talking about a climate crisis. Just wait until you're sitting at home trying to turn on your electric heater, and everybody else in your town, everybody else in the state is trying to do the same thing, and it's below zero. And there just isn't enough power. Excuse me, power. What's the backup? Diesel generators? How much is diesel going to cost? I think we're going in the wrong direction. But even if I'm wrong, that we're going in the wrong direction, we are pushing into a space where the technology just does not exist. We are essentially asking to power our lives and our economy on unicorns running on a treadmill. It isn't realistic. So I clearly will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Drubitsky. Any other comments or questions concerning House Bill 5004? I don't see Representative O'Day.
Just, I'm sorry, I was in another meeting. So I missed a lot of the initial comments. I'm just concerned on, going EV. My good colleague who mentioned his concerns, I'm actually considering buying an EV vehicle myself. I'm in the market. My Ford Fusion engine blue, and then my son's F-150 engine blue. So in the last 10 months, I've lost 2 vehicles. So I've been looking at the Ford Mach-E. I asked what the 2 cheapest vehicles are to lease at the dealership. And believe it or not, the EV is. And the reason is because they can't give them away. People are realizing the problems. I don't know if anybody brought up the fire problem. I did my emergency cert training last month, and they did a fire presentation. I'm putting out a fire, and I asked, I saw that there were 100 and some odd deaths in New York City from EV batteries on bicycles catching fire, and the testimony here, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he pointed out how Connecticut has better standards, higher standards, so that the batteries used wouldn't be the fake or low quality. But those fires caused by those bikes in Manhattan, where over 100 people died from those fires, the firemen told me they don't know how to put out these fires. And in Hamden, on July 23rd, 2022, there was a electric bus that caught fire. And apparently it was caused by moisture in the battery system, and they literally couldn't put it out for a very long period of time. So I agree with the idea of trying to encourage people to go to more clean energy, but rather than using a stick, I prefer a carrot approach. And I just have a lot of concerns. I certainly appreciate the intent, but at this point in time, I'm going to vote no, because of what my colleague said as I was walking in, and my concerns about forcing people to go this route rather than using the carrot approach and encouraging. So I don't think it's mine. So anyway, I'm going to vote no, and I encourage my colleagues to vote no as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Any other comments or questions regarding HB 5004? I don't see any online. Representative Mushinski.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say for the record that this process and transition has to happen now because of the CO2 levels. And now is when we have federal money, which this bill taps into. We can wait, things will get worse, there won't be the federal money. So now is the opportune time to start this transition. And we would be neglecting our state's interests if we do not start the transition now. This is from the NASA Climate Resources website. We are now at 420 parts per million. In all of mankind's time on Earth, we have never been above 300 parts per million. So we are now in uncharted territory during the time of human life on Earth. The way the curve is going now, and you can look this up yourself on NASA's site, we will be heading into the levels of 1,500 parts per million. This is way above what humans have ever experienced. And then we would not return to pre-industrial levels for tens of thousands of years. So if we ignore this, we are not doing our duty to prepare for the future for our children, grandchildren, and future generations if we ignore this. Technology will help us make the transition. Some states are already making the transition. And it's really our job as protectors of Connecticut to make the transition too. And what better time than now when we have the federal government offering money to our state to make the transition. This is the time to do it. This bill is milder than I would like. I was complaining about it last night in caucus, but it's a step forward. It's a step forward to incentivize the technology to come to Connecticut using federal dollars. And we'd be crazy to not take the step when we have a partner in the federal budget. We'd be crazy not to take this step. I hope we have your support for this bill. Let's get started. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me a second time. I do have to correct the record, and I greatly respect the previous speaker, Representative Mushinski. CO2 is 0.04% of our atmosphere, nitrogen 78%, oxygen's 20%, argon's about 0.93%. Other gases are methane, nitrous oxide. CO2 is a tiny percentage of it, and at numerous points in history, it was far, far, far greater than it is today. The room you're sitting in there probably has a CO2 level of about over 1,000 because you are all exhaling CO2. Greenhouses pump CO2 in for greater growth of their plants. When you wake up in the morning and you go outside on a nice day, the CO2 levels are about 0.05, sometimes 0.03. When photosynthesis kicks in, the plants soak it all up and then the level drops. But there's also saturation points of CO2, and we're at that level. Under 0.02%, you don't have life. We're barely over that with 0.04%, and the refraction levels of CO2 reach a saturation point at about where we are now, where they're not refracting the amount of heat that they just can't refract anymore. It's CO2 is an essential gas. Water vapor, on the other hand, after numerous volcanic eruptions, about 100 over the past 18 months, have spewed gases and water vapor into the atmosphere that do act as a warming element. But yeah, numerous times throughout history, the CO2 levels have been much, much, much higher than it is today, and it is an essential element. With that said, I'm not saying we shouldn't have the most efficient means of protecting the environment, and we've asked the people who work in the fossil fuel industry to continue to become more efficient, and they have. They've answered the call, and now we want to cut them off and say, sorry, thanks for all the great work you've done in providing energy for us for the past 100 years, but now you're out. I just don't think that's a good way to go. We're going to rely a lot on wind turbines, solar panels that are environmental disasters to make and to dispose of at the end of their life. And now we're going to also rely on batteries that are made in China, mined in China, and give our future to a country that's not friendly to us. I just think it's a bad plan for the future. And what will the result be? Will we be changing the climate? We don't know. It's a noble cause, but to say we have to do something, not knowing what that will be or if there will be a result, I don't think is the right approach. And I think it's an extreme approach, and it will be bad for our economy, and it would just bankrupt the people of Connecticut. And I cannot sit here and vote yes on a concept that will make it impossible for people to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Any other comments or questions on House Bill 5004? I don't see any virtually either. Representative Palm, for a wrap up, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank our colleagues across the aisle for acknowledging that this bill is ambitious and the thought that went into it. And I appreciate similarly back at you your considered opinions. And while we might disagree on the severity of the climate change situation, many people in this body and many people in our communities have said they do want us to take action, which is why this bill is before us today. A couple of matters for the record. It does not discuss anything about EVs. I would like to also point out that without a goal, no roadmap, no plan makes any sense. Even if you get in your car and you put in your GPS, it asks, where do you want to go ultimately, and then how best to get there. This is an attempt to get to where we need to be in the most reasonable and effective way possible. To that effect, I also share concerns about grid reliance, reliability, our lack of storage. Many of those things are addressed in this bill. And in point of fact, for the record, this bill does not call for full electrification of our economy. It moves away from fossil fuel. And we already have greenhouse gas emissions targets, so that's not a new concept either. And then finally, I would just wrap up by saying, if this bill has any flaws, as Rep. Mashinsky alluded to, it's all carrot and no stick. And our speaker was quoted as saying that. I have been quoted as saying that. Even our friends at CBIA find many things in this bill to like. There are incentives for business, which hasn't been mentioned by my colleagues, and resilience efforts that will help our communities. Ultimately, if we are ever to save money on our energy costs, we need to begin weaning ourselves from the fossil fuel economy and the vagaries of OPEC, which none of us in this building can control. And this is a good faith attempt to begin that. So I appreciate everyone's engagement on this. Rep. Callahan, thank you for sticking with me. And I do urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bob. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll on HB 5004?
Roll call vote on HB 5004. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO 3174. Senator Lopes,
Yes.
Representative Gresco,
Yes.
Senator Hockedal,
Yes.
Representative Palm,
Yes.
Senator Harding, Representative Callahan,
No.
Representative Anderson,
No.
Senator Anwar, Representative Artino,
Yes.
Representative Baumgardner,
Yes.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes no.
Representative Dancho, Representative Dillon, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky,
No.
Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Gaston,
Senator Gaston votes yes.
Representative Harrison,
No.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
O'Day votes no.
Representative Parker,
Rep. Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
No, thank you.
Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
thank you, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach,
Beach votes no.
Representative Leaper,
Yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, we will be holding the votes open until 2 o'clock this afternoon. The next item on the agenda, number 2, Senate Bill 292, an act concerning the use of PFAS in certain products. It's a JFS to the floor. I'll entertain a motion.
Move.
So moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Arzano. Any Senator Lopes?
Thank you. Beginning January 2026, bill prohibits selling the following products if they contain intentionally added PFAS. And it includes apparel, carpets or rugs, cleaning products, cookware, cosmetics, dental floss, fabric treatments, children's products, menstruation products, textile furnishing, ski wax, upholstered furniture. It adds outdoor apparel for severe wet conditions to the prohibition beginning in 2028. But beginning 2026, new outdoor apparel with severe wet conditions being sold that contains PFAS must include a disclosure that it was made with PFAS. This bill models bills done in Minnesota and Maine. We heard some great public testimony on some of the issues they're having with those bills in Minnesota and Maine, and they're making adjustments. We were able to capitalize on that and include their ongoing adjustments into our bill. We limited the bill. We did away with the complete ban of PFAS in 2032 because there are just administrative issues with some of that issue. We can look at that in further years. I think that solved a lot of problems with industries that use PFAS and don't have another alternative for that. Bearing that in mind, there's still a couple tweaks we're going to have to make to this bill after it comes out of committee when it reaches the Senate. Just clarifying language, especially the exempting things in the automotive industry from PFAS, and there's one or two other small tweaks that we didn't get to at this meeting. So bearing that in mind, any discussion? Let's go with Rep. O'Day first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question on the reporting requirements on the bill and going through. I'm sorry, I haven't seen the JFS language. What are the reporting requirements for the smaller manufacturers?
Apologize for having to read this, but beginning in 2027, manufacturers of products sold in Connecticut with intentionally added PFAS must report to DEEP certain product information, including why PFAS is used in the product and the amount of PFAS used. DEEP can waive these requirements if the information is publicly available, and enter agreements with other political subdivisions, other states to collect and share information that manufacturers must report. It goes on and on and on. Does that?
No, that answers the question. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to vote yes. I think I'm going to listen to the rest of the debate, but I would hope that we can address the reporting requirements, because from what I've heard, there are some smaller manufacturers, particularly biotechs, from Minnesota and Maine that have been impacted adversely from the reporting requirements. I understand the reporting requirements, but I'm just wondering how we can make them more friendly for our small businesses and biotechs. Not that I don't trust DEEP to be working well with our business community. I know they do generally, but that's my concern. I want to just hopefully be able to work with the proponents of the bill. We can tweak it a little bit to make it more business friendly. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I believe we did in JFS language. By removing the complete ban in 2032, it exempts automatically a lot of aerospace, car auto manufacturers, and small biotech companies. Senator Harding.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Representative O'Day mentioned, I appreciate the work on this. I appreciate the JFS language, recognizing the fact that there's some issues that we have to work out in terms of working with the industry and manufacturers, etc. I have similar concerns that Representative O'Day mentioned on regulations on small manufacturers. So I look forward to working with the leadership of this committee and the proponents of this bill to address some of those concerns that may be in the bill. But nevertheless, I believe that, PFAS is something that we have to address in the state. It is pervasive. There's significant health concerns, there's significant environmental concerns. And I hear it from my constituents on a daily basis. I think all of us do. And so we have to tackle the issue. I think this is a good step in tackling that issue. That's why I'll be voting in support of this bill today. However, I do look forward to working with Representative O'Day and the leadership and the proponents of the bill as it relates to some of these manufacturing requirements. And I do understand that Representative Dubitsky has an amendment to the bill that I think that might be a friendly amendment, which helps further address some concerns that we have. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my good colleague indicated, PFAS is a pollutant that we need to keep an eye on. Unlike carbon dioxide, it does actual damage in the environment. And I think we need to make sure that to the extent that's reasonable, we need to limit the amount of PFAS that gets into the environment. With that, I do have an amendment. The clerk is in possession. I ask that the clerk distribute it and that I be allowed to summarize.
Do you want me to second?
Yeah, do you want to make vote as a motion?
Well, I need to have it distributed and.
Okay,
and
all right, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
It's been distributed.
It's been,
And then
it's
I
been
will,
distributed by email.
after everybody has in their hand, I can.
Go
move
ahead.
to adopt.
Everyone has it. It's been emailed to all members.
I second.
Oh, it's been distributed? Oh, okay. I apologize. Okay, this is, we had talked about this when this bill originally came before this committee. Biosolids or municipal sludge that contain PFAS is one of the significant contributors to PFAS pollution in the environment in this state. And we heard some testimony to that extent. It is not currently, the biosolids or municipal sludge is not currently manufactured in Connecticut for use as a soil amendment to be spread on agricultural fields, but it is imported. And this amendment would prohibit the use, sale, or offering for sale of biosolids and municipal sludge that contain PFAS as a soil amendment. And I move for adoption.
I consider this a friendly amendment. I don't have a problem with it. Bearing in mind that, if we do find a problem with it down the road, I'll talk to you first and we'll try to adjust it then. But it's a good move. I think it's a logical move and logical addition to the bill. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Ryan. I'll second it.
Oh, never mind then.
Any discussion on the amendment? Gonna do a voice vote, I imagine. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing none, the amendment passes. So any further discussion on the bill? I think Rep. Michelle followed by Rep. Miskova.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to commend you on the bill at moving forward with eliminating some sources of PFAS. We've heard in testimony, strong testimony in regards to the turnout gear for firefighters. So I hope that I will be a yes today on this bill. I just hope that we can continue the discussion leading to adding language to help firefighters change their turnout gear in gradually as we were explained in the committee public hearing, that there's a certain timeline that we can go by and it will make sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for reminding me. That was one of the other issues we wanted to see if it had to be added to the bill. Any further discussion on the bill? Sorry, Rep. Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate your words on a colleague's earlier questions about reporting. The reporting now in existing law now, existing regulations now, is really, it's really tough for our businesses, our manufacturers in this state, and we're a state of manufacturers. Some of our bigger guys like Sikorsky and Pratt and those, the initial survey on PFAS is hundreds of pages long just to try and get the initial survey done so that they can go further with a report. It's it's hundreds of pages. It takes teams of environmental engineers days to finish the survey because the questions are quite technical, and they're at a shortage. But I digress. There, environmental engineers are at a shortage now. We need more of them, and so when this comes down to our smaller manufacturers, it's going to be really a real tough regulation to get around. And so I appreciate your words and your willingness to work with them. I was really leery with this bill going into it. We're measuring this in parts per trillion. Just the instrumentation to get an answer for parts per trillion is very, very costly. It's going to be quite a burden on a lot of our coders, platers, cleaners, and those kind of manufacturers. So again, appreciate your words, and I'll be looking out for this when it comes down from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Anything online? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 292. This is JFS to the floor, LCO 3259 as amended. Senator Lopes?
Yes.
Representative Gresco?
Yes.
Senator Hockendahl?
Yes.
Representative Palm?
Palm votes yes.
Senator Harding? Representative Callahan?
Callahan votes yes.
Representative Anderson? Senator Anwar?
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Artino?
Representative votes yes.
Representative Baumgartner?
Yes.
Representative Chafee?
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Representative Cooley?
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dancho?
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon? Representative Dubitsky?
Yes.
Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Harrison?
Yes.
Representative Horn? Representative McGee? Representative Michelle?
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky?
Mashinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day?
O'Day, yes.
Representative Parker?
Rep. Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo?
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader?
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes?
Yes.
Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Smith?
Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Representative Leaper?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Again, we're keeping the votes open until 2:00 this afternoon for members who are being pulled in multiple directions. The next item is item number 7, which is Senate Bill 289, an act concerning the authority of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and Transportation over vegetation management. It's a straight JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Felipe. The bill creates an 11-member beneficial arbor retention commission, which must exercise care, custody, and control of all vegetation in state parks and campgrounds concerning Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. The bill requires DEEP to work with this group in implementing the tree replanting demonstration project specifically at Housatonic Meadows State Park. And then lastly, the bill requires the operator of any land clearing machinery used for DOT vegetation management projects to get a certificate from DEEP. And this is all in response to multiple issues and multiple instances where DEEP and the Department of Transportation have seen fit to cut down quite a few trees in all of our districts. We've seen them on whatever interstate you drive here in. Multiple pieces of legislation in the past have tried to curtail that to no effect. And when these things happen, DEEP and DOT aren't called, we're called, and we're complained to as legislators. And I'm a little tired of telling them that there's nothing we could do about it. So any comments or questions concerning Senate Bill 289? Representative Cooley, followed by Senator Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question when we were dealing with the merit specifically last year. And I think it's pertinent to bring it back up. One of the issues on the cutting along the highways is we're also dealing with federal regulations, and this then involves, if we're not within the federal regulations, possible loss of highway monies from the federal government for those roads that receive federal monies. So I do have questions going forward on this and adding an extra layer of regulation on cutting along the highways, and that it could slow down the process and thus put us outside of federal mandates and cost the state of Connecticut money. And until those are satisfactorily answered, I'm going to have to be a no on this. Even though I agree with the intent, I think that the possible implications and unintended consequences could be worse. So just for going forward at this point, I'm a no, so that we at least get those questions answered going forward. I may vote yes on the floor if this makes it that far. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand Representative Cooley's concerns, and I look forward to working with him as this hopefully moves forward. But I think the intent of the bill is what I want to speak to here, in that this has significantly impacted, my district and Representative Horn's district, who's on this committee, in regards to what was done at Housatonic Meadows State Park. And this obviously is not isolated, unfortunately, just to the northwest corner. There has been many state parks that have dealt with this widespread tree cutting that has seemed rather arbitrary in its manner. In addition to that, we see it on our highways and roadways, and it's this clear cutting that's done seemingly without much thought to how it impacts the landscape, the environment, et cetera, the ecology. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this bill. I look forward to working with my colleagues to get a unanimous passage of it in both chambers, and work out any concerns that may have been raised. And I understand Representative Cooley's concerns, but I do urge my colleagues to support that for that reason. As Representative Gresco had mentioned, it's not DOT and DEEP that get the complaints. It's us, and on behalf of our constituents, it's important to me to raise these concerns.
Thank you, Senator. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to align myself with the comments of my good Senate Minority Leader. But I also want to state to my good rep from the 22nd District, I share his concerns going forward. But I will say, in New Canaan and Darien in particular, there was a lot of tree cutting at night and other construction that as the good senator stated, we get the calls. And I remember late at night driving by and the Merritt at 2, 3 in the morning, and there was a lot of work going on. I know this isn't going to address anything but the tree cutting, but I look forward to working with my colleagues in fixing the bill, but I'm going to vote yes going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I generally support this bill, but I do have a question that I think needs to go on the record for legislative intent. Lines 3 and 4, it says that there will be, we're talking about control of all trees, shrubs, and vegetation in the state parks and campgrounds of this state. With regard to campgrounds, I assume this is talking only about state campgrounds owned by the state and not privately owned campgrounds, because the word state appears to, or could be interpreted to modify only the word parks. So for legislative intent, are we also talking about only state-owned campgrounds?
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. That is the legislative intent, state-owned campgrounds.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions concerning the bill? If not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 289. This is JF to the floor. Senator Lopes. Representative Gresco.
Yes.
Senator Hockenell.
Senator Hockenell votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Yes.
Senator Harding. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Anderson.
Representative Anderson votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Representative Valtino.
Representative votes yes.
Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Representative Chafee. Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley votes no as to the reasons given during the talk.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico.
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon. Representative Dubitsky.
Yes.
Representative Felipe.
Yes.
Senator Gaston.
Yes.
Representative Harrison.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Horn. Representative McGee. Representative Michelle.
Michelle votes yes.
Representative Mashinsky.
Shinsky votes yes.
Representative O'Day.
O'Day, yes.
Representative Parker.
Rep. Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo.
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes.
Reddington Hughes votes yes.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach.
Veach votes yes.
Representative Leaper.
Yes.
Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're moving on to item number 9, Senate Bill 294. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Representative Gresco, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Representative Palm. This bill is a technical change. In state statute for many, many decades, there was a provision that when a municipality took a park or open space land, that they had to replace that land with land of equivalent value. But somewhere in the last couple decades, there were court cases that interpreted the word take to mean only by eminent domain. And this caused some confusion where municipalities would take parkland, that they already own, so they're not using eminent domain, and do away with it and for development or any other reason they wished, and they would not replace that land with equivalent land of equivalent value. So this simply makes a clarification in that language that when a municipality takes open space land, park land, et cetera, and repurposes it, they need to replace that land with somewhere in their municipality with land of equal value and for open space purposes. And that's it. Technical change. Are there any questions on this particular bill? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this is supposed to be a technical change, but one of the things I try to do is think about how any language changes would actually play out on the ground. And I'm thinking that if a municipality decides that it's going to build a senior center in the middle of a park, it sounds like this would be triggered because it would, the municipality would be using up this parkland for some other purpose, and it would need to replace it. So the question is, well, where does it get that other land to replace it with? Does it go to some farmer down the street and take his land by eminent domain and then say, we've just replaced it? How does a municipality that does not own a lot of open space or a lot of excess land replace open space that it uses for some other purpose? I'm not sure how this change actually would work on the ground. Is perhaps you, Mr. Chair, or somebody else could explain that. I just don't understand it. Through you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, the municipality would have to obtain other land or take other land under their purview to replace the land taken for example, a senior center. And this boils down to, what we value in this state. And we have a long history of valuing open space and parkland and the need to keep those valuable resources for the state. So when a municipality makes a decision to take park and say, hey, we're going to put a senior center on that, and if that senior center takes up 1 acre of that park, they need to go out and purchase another acre of open space land and say this is now the replacement for the land that we took up in our park. And they can do that via purchase. They can take land that they own that wasn't already designated as open space and say that is now designated as open space. I do not see a scenario where they would ever, by eminent domain, take someone else's land to replace that space. That's not the intent. And remember, this is a bill that's been in existence for I think it's 50 years. We're just clarifying the language. It's stuff that municipalities have been under the onus to do for many decades.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I'm going to have to look into it a little more. I hope nobody takes it wrong. I think I'm going to vote against this one just until I can really get my brain around this, the possibility of eminent domain of open space. But I appreciate your answer and I hope you're right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and I would recommend talk to the Council on Environmental Quality. They're the ones that gave testimony and came to us with this issue.
Appreciate that.
Further questions? Anything online? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 294. This is JF to the floor. Senator Lopes?
Yes.
Representative Gresco?
Yes.
Senator Hockendahl?
Senator Hockendahl votes yes.
Representative Palm? Senator Harding? Representative Callahan?
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Anderson? Senator Anwar? Representative Artseno?
Representative votes yes.
Representative Baumgardner?
Yes.
Representative Chafee? Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dancho,
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Dubitsky,
No.
Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Gaston,
Yes.
Representative Harrison,
No.
Representative Horn, Representative McGee, Representative Michelle,
Michelle's a yes.
Representative Mashinsky,
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day, Representative Parker,
Rep. Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes, Representative Reyes,
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Leaper,
Yes.
Representative Chafee,
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next item on the agenda is item number 12, which is Senate Bill 196, an act concerning the harvesting of rabbits for the local food supply. It's a straight JF to the floor. I'll entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Lopes, seconded by Representative Harrison. This bill allows for the streamlining of already existing in-state processing of rabbits for human consumption. It makes the agriculture commissioner the state official in charge of inspecting producers and farmers that can keep up to 1,000 rabbits annually. It also designates a rabbit processing facility that passes inspection as an approved food source for our constituents, restaurants, hotels, retail food establishments here in the state. This streamlines a current process, which is very convoluted and time intensive. This is a local farmers for local consumption idea. The way the bill is crafted, it would not allow for industrial expansion. It would just be a similar program that is in existence for turkeys and poultry here in the state already. And of course, this would not be rabbits that are domesticated. Any comments or questions on Senate Bill 196? Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to make some comments. I'll be a no on the bill. Rabbits are the third household pet. I mean, we've heard that information in the public hearing. We've received overwhelming public opposition. There's clearly also no interest in terms of, I asked the commissioner a while back about any numbers showing there's an interest for bringing more rabbits or bringing the idea of slaughtering up to 1,000 rabbits. And he said that he didn't hear of any. DUAG has also shown that they do not, on repeated occasions, might not be doing what's right in regards to animals. I'll mention, if they're going to be the ones monitoring those facilities, let's talk about other facilities across the state, like municipal shelters that fail the inspection every 6 months, and DUAG doesn't do what's necessary to correct the ills. We remember about DCF busting that house in Hebron, and that's how we ended up with all these cruelty cases by the dozens. Even staff from DUAG said to me a couple of weeks ago that they're not really necessarily interested in having that responsibility. Also in this practice, there are no standards of human slaughter. just like for birds, which we're already doing in the state. So we could be reviewing maybe the standards of humane slaughter in the state for all slaughters. And then up to 1,000 rabbits and saying it's not expanding business is like smoke in one's eye. I mean, you get 999 rabbits times several businesses, you've got an industry in the state. So I don't understand why we're going back at this. This is the third year. This is not necessary. I've talked to people who do eat rabbits, and they can find it in restaurants. They can find it in the butcher shops. So enabling, letting this bill pass would actually increase the number of rabbits slaughtered in the state. And again, without humane standards of slaughter. And I just think that maybe we should be looking in other directions before we even talk about this subject. And appreciate the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Actually, just one more thing. I will ask my colleagues to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote no on this bill, but I did want to put on the record why. It is not because I don't believe rabbits should be used for human consumption. I have spoken to a lot of the advocates and I've asked them, are you a vegetarian? Most of them have said no. I believe it's hypocritical if we are going to eat cows and lambs and other things which, according to the email that we're being bombarded with, have twinkly eyes and pointy ears. I have neighbors who have chickens they love and consider household pets. I personally don't understand how someone can have an iguana and feel warmth toward it as a pet, but they do. So I think it's a specious argument about the nature of rabbits as pets, because any animal one comes to love, including a hummingbird, can actually be a pet. What I'm concerned about in this bill is, as my good colleague to the left mentions, I don't believe there are enough provisions for safeguarding the humane slaughter of these creatures. And as somebody who represents a lot of farmers, I would very much like to be able to expand their business model, in fact. But I think 1,000 is too many, and I don't think there are sufficient provisions in this bill. So I will be a no vote, although in spirit, I am a yes. I don't like the way this bill is written. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Palm. Any other comments or questions? Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that we've eaten rabbits for a long, long time, and I still have my cookbooks from my days as a professional cook, and I have numerous rabbit recipes in them, though I do not have a recipe for Hassenpfeffer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And write this down, Representative Palm. I'm going to align myself with the comments of Representative Palm. It's a.
Sorry, could you say that one more time, please, for the record, loudly and slowly?
I'm sorry if you missed it. It won't be said again. I too got a lot of emails about this. I've spoken to DOAG about it. Rabbits are a good source of lean protein. With what's happened with the massive inflation over the past 3 years of to go to the store, buy a steak, buy chicken, everything has gotten so expensive. People are looking for other means to be able to consume protein for their health. I love animals. I love pets. I have everywhere I go this morning, my dog and my cat are at my feet, and it's not a matter of not loving animals. It's a matter of finding sources of protein to harvest. And if DOAG's okay with it and in consultation with them, they seem to favor it. It's a tough call because, as you said, we got a lot of emails, and people will think you hate rabbits and hate animals by voting yes on this. But I also recognize that alternative sources of protein are needed at this point, as the economy has proven. But so I will be a yes vote today to see where this goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Callahan. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues for their thoughtful input on this bill. I will be a no on this bill today, as I have been for the last couple of years. I just want to give my colleagues and the public a little bit of history without belaboring this too long. This is the third time that a version of this bill has come before this committee. It's actually getting a little bit annoying that we have to do this year after year, Mr. Chair. So in 2022, a similar bill came in front of this committee, and a similar bill was also that year, 2022, in front of the Commerce Committee. In both instances, the bills were not voted on because it was clear that this concept had no support in the Commerce Committee, or not enough support in the Commerce Committee, and it certainly didn't have enough support here in the Environment Committee in 2022. So now we go to 2023, last year. Whoever is advocating for this, and I'm not sure that it is the Department, I'm not sure that it is the Department of Agriculture, but whoever is advocating for this got really clever last year. They put it into a DOAG bill to kind of make it a little more palatable. Well, you can't reject the whole bill just because it has this one section in here that you don't like. So even though several of us on this committee tried to remove it from last year's DOAG bill, it was not removed by this committee, and the DOAG bill went forward with this concept inside of it. And but before it hit the House floor, as you may recall, Mr. Chair, there were at least 27 or 28 members of the House who signed on to an amendment to strike that section dealing with this issue from the DOAG bill. And because 27 or 28, I forget what the number was, because 27 or 28 of us voted or signed on to an amendment to remove it, it fortunately was removed from the DOAG bill last year. So that's a little bit of a history of where we're going, or where we have come with this bill. The one thing that I want to offer that may be different from what others have said about this, it is clear from the emails that we have gotten, from the publicity surrounding this, that this concept offends the sensibilities of many, many people in the state of Connecticut. It offends the sensibilities of so many people. As Representative Michelle pointed out, and as others have pointed out in testimony, rabbits are the third most popular household pet. And I understand some people keep iguanas. I get it. But this is the third, what we are told is this is the third most popular household pet. So it really is offensive to a lot of people to even be considering this. As one of my colleagues pointed out, there are no humane standards of slaughter at this point dealing with rabbits. And we had testimony a couple of years ago, and I think it was testimony was repeated last year, that a major grocery chain was going to offer rabbits, as an offering for sale. And it was so unpopular and so offensive to so many people that they ultimately pulled it from the shelves, and they decided not to go forward. So if we come back here next year and we have to argue it next year, I'll be willing to argue it again. But at some point we have to stop and say, this does not have the support of the General Assembly or the people of Connecticut, and therefore I'm going to be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mushinski.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The views of pet rabbit owners in my district and in other districts are similar to the views of pet dog owners. They don't want to see dogs raised for food, as is done in some Southeast Asia countries. It's not their dog, it's a farm dog, but they still don't want to see dogs raised for food because they have dogs as pets and they understand what a great companion animal it is. Well, the people that have had rabbits for pets have the same attitude toward rabbits. It doesn't matter to them if it's their rabbit or a farm-raised rabbit. Once they understand it as a pet or a companion animal, they no longer wish to see rabbits raised for food. And they have pretty strong views on this. It is a common pet in my district, and there are 2 therapy groups in Wallingford that use rabbits to bring as therapy animals. They bring comfort to patients at hospitals and nursing homes, and they go to school with the kids, and while the kids are learning to read, and comfort them when they're in trauma. So the views of the public are more aligned to this animal as a pet, and they really get upset thinking about it being farmed in a factory farm. So for that reason, I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Representative Mushinski. Anyone else? Representative Michelle for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say there's other sources of protein in following the comments of my good colleague, Mr. Cooley. We can thrive on plant protein. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just need to address a couple of things that have been said. First off, this is an inspection bill. This does not legalize the slaughter of rabbits. Rabbits are already used for food in this state. There are already farmers that raise rabbits for food. There are stores that sell it. There are restaurants that sell it. This is an inspection bill. This puts the raising and slaughter of rabbits under state inspection. I find it funny that some are complaining that this bill has been on the agenda a couple of years in a row. There's half of the bills on our agenda today have been here several years in a row. That's how this building works. And pointing this out as if it were unique to this rabbit bill, frankly, I think is a misguided argument, because if you look at it, the PFAS bill, well, we had a PFAS bill last year, and I believe the year before. We had smoke detector and in the solid waste stream. I seem to remember that at least one or two other times. Stewardship of gas cylinders. How many times have we seen that one? That doesn't mean that they're bad bills. It just means that they didn't make it across the finish line, so they're being reintroduced. It happens all the time. That's how this building works. This rabbit bill is a reasonable bill for to allow farmers that are already raising rabbits for human consumption to do so under a organized state-run inspection program that already exists. If it doesn't make it this year, it will be introduced again next year. It's, in one fashion or another. Perhaps there are some legitimate concerns about the technicalities, and maybe there should be other things in this bill. We can certainly work on those things. But there are farmers who would like to be able to raise and sell rabbits under state inspection, and this bill helps them do that. So for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I will be supporting it. And if it doesn't pass, I will support it again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll for Senate Bill 196?
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 196. This is JF to the floor. Senator Lopes. Yes. Representative Gresco.
Yes.
Senator Harkadel.
Senator Harkadel is a no.
Representative Palm.
No.
Senator Harding. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Anderson. Representative Artino.
Representative, yes.
Senator Armour. Representative Baumgardner.
Yes.
Representative Chafee.
Rep. Chafee votes no.
Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dancho.
Representative Dancho votes yes.
Representative D'Amico.
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon. Representative Dubitsky.
Yes.
Representative Felipe.
Yes.
Senator Gaston.
Yes.
Representative Harrison.
Yes.
Representative Horn. Representative McGee. Representative Michelle.
Michelle is a no.
Representative Mashinsky.
Mashinsky, no.
Representative O'Day. Representative Parker.
Rep. Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes no.
Representative Reddington Hughes, Representative Reyes,
Reyes in the negative.
Representative Ryan,
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes no.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes no.
Representative Veach,
Beach votes yes.
Representative Leaper. Senator Harding,
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to our last specific item on the agenda. Item number 15, Senate Bill 193, an act requiring legislative approval of the eviction of farmers operating on certain state-owned properties. It's a straight, it's actually JFS to the floor. I will entertain a motion. Moved by Senator Harding, seconded by Senator Lopes. The bill sets up a 9-member task force to study the enforcement of the state statute that wrong one. The bill requires any new or renewed lease entered into after the bill's effective date between Department of Energy and Environmental Protection or the Department of Agriculture and a farmer for the lease of state land for agriculture purposes to provide that farmer cannot be evicted from the land unless approved by the legislature. This would be going forward. Any comments on this, Senator Harding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the leadership of the committee for allowing this bill to be placed on the agenda and for a vote. We hear it oftentimes in this building how much, particularly in this committee, how important agriculture is to our state, how important the farming community is to our state, how important open space is to our state. And frankly, as we often talk about, you don't have open space unless you have active agriculture. And active farming in our state. And so it is critically important in my district. And we've seen a number of acquisitions recently in which the state of Connecticut or DEEP own land and then lease it back to the farmers. And then there's been efforts, at least in my experience with some of my constituents, in which that land, that the tillable land that the farmer can farm has been restricted further and further and further. And their ability to farm in this property, which, in some cases has been longstanding generational family service to this industry and to this land, are threatened based upon the fact that they no longer own the land by the state. And I think it's adversarial in many ways to what this committee believes in terms of promoting agriculture in our state. And so I really look forward to working on this. There was JFS language, like the good chair mentioned. That JFS language addresses some of the contractual aspects that would impact future leases as opposed to current leases. There was some legal aspects of impacting current leases or prior leases to the enacting date of the statute. And so those legal concerns are addressed in making it prospective. But again, I would ask my colleagues to support this measure. This is a pro-agriculture bill, and I think it helps a lot of the farmers in our state. And I think it's more farmers than people think that are currently operating under this current structure in which the state of Connecticut owns the land and the farmer is farming it. So again, I would ask my colleagues to support this measure. I do not believe it is necessarily a final product today. I understand that there are further steps that need to be maybe taken to refine the bill, but I would ask my colleagues to support it out of committee as a pro-agriculture measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Harding. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo the sentiments of the good ranking member, we all certainly support agriculture in the state of Connecticut, and we all certainly support our farmers here in the state of Connecticut. That is not in dispute, and I certainly count myself among those who supports agriculture. However, this bill goes a little bit beyond that point. this bill is going to give we're basically going to supersede, as a legislature, if this bill goes through, we're going to supersede the authority and the judgment of the Department of Agriculture, as well as DEEP, with regards to managing the lands. And let us remember that we are talking about land that is owned by the state of Connecticut and is leased by the farmers. It's not the farmers' land. The farmers are leasing the land. The land is owned by the state of Connecticut. I think that needs to be made clear. So I'm just going to read briefly, if I could, Mr. Chair, from some testimony that sheds a little light on this. So we had testimony from the commissioner of DEEP stating that if this bill would remove DEEP's ability to adaptively manage lands for the benefit of state and federally listed species. It may also conflict with federal requirements associated with the source of funds utilized to acquire or manage the lands in question. So if you're not satisfied with the DEEP commissioner's explanation of why this is not a good idea, perhaps you'll be persuaded by the testimony of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. And she writes, the executive director writes that she's concerned that this proposed legislation could negatively affect farmers and the management of state-owned properties. She says that DEEP and DOAG possess the necessary expertise to evaluate the properties subject to leasehold. She says further that shifting this administrative responsibility to the legislature could hinder the efficient management of state-owned properties and compromise the effectiveness of environmental restrictions and agricultural policies. And I happen to agree with that statement. However, there is hope, Mr. Chair. We have a compromise, what I would consider to be a compromise, offered to us by the Connecticut Farm Bureau, the executive director of the Connecticut Farm Bureau. And she says that the Farm Bureau recommends convening the Commissioner of Agriculture and representatives and commissioners from the other state agencies that oversee state-owned agricultural land to develop memorandums of understanding. So if the good ranking member and others are concerned about how this leased land is dealt with, perhaps this is the compromise, is to develop a memorandum of understanding, which I think is a much better approach to this than having this legislature, us, intervene and supersede our judgment for the judgment of the state agencies in question. So I will be voting no on this for those reasons, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Roll call vote on Senate Bill 193. This is JFS to the floor with LCO 3253. Senator Lopes? Yes. Representative Gresco?
Yes.
Senator Hockendahl?
Senator Hockendahl votes no.
Representative Palm?
No.
Senator Harding? Representative Callahan?
Callahan, yes.
Representative Anderson? Senator Armour? Representative Artseno?
Artseno votes yes.
Representative Baumgardner?
Yes.
Representative Chafee? Representative Cooley?
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dancho? Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Dillon? Representative Dubitsky?
Yes.
Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Harrison?
Yes.
Representative Horn? Representative McGee? Representative Michelle?
Michelle's a no.
Representative Mashinsky?
No.
Representative O'Day? Representative Parker?
Brett Parker votes no.
Representative Piscopo?
Yes.
Representative Rader?
Representative Rader votes no.
Representative Reddington Hughes? Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes in the negative.
Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan votes no.
Representative Sanchez?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Bryan? Smith? Representative Smith?
Smith votes no.
Representative Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Representative Leaper?
Leaper votes no.
Representative Chafee,
Representative Chafee votes no.
Representative Dancho votes yes.
thank you, Representative.
Again, this.
Thank you. Last item is to vote on the consent calendar. When the clerk is ready, will you please call the roll on the consent calendar?
Roll call vote on the consent calendar. This is constituted of House Bill 5230, which is JFS with LCO 3255, House Bill 5352, which is JF, House Bill 5353, JF, House Bill 5228, which is JFS with LCO 3245, Senate Bill 293, JF, House Bill 5349, JF, Senate Bill 295, JF, Senate Bill 296, JF, and House Bill 5350, which is JF. Senator Lopes? Representative Grasco?
Yes.
Senator Harkadel?
Senator Harkadel votes yes.
Representative Palm? Senator Harding?
I'm sorry, Palm votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. It also included was House Bill 5228, JFS, yeah, 3245. Representative Callahan?
Sorry, I'll miss the JF party. Yes is my vote.
Representative Anderson? Senator Anwar? Representative Arseno?
Representative votes yes.
Representative Baumgardner?
Yes.
Representative Chafee?
Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Representative Cooley?
Representative Cooley votes yes.
The vehicle's offering price in any.
Representative Dancho votes yes.
And on the order and invoice for a vehicle sale, the dealer must include.
Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Dillon?
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky?
Yes.
Representative Felipe?
Yes.
Senator Gaston?
Yes.
Representative Harrison?
Yes.
Representative Horn? Representative McGee? Representative Michelle?
Michelle's a yes.
Representative Mashinsky?
Mashinsky, yes.
Representative O'Day? Representative Parker?
Rep. Parker votes yes.
Representative Piscopo?
Yes.
Representative Rader?
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes? Representative Reyes?
Representative Reyes in the affirmative.
Representative Ryan?
Representative Ryan votes yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Smith?
Smith votes yes.
Representative Veach?
Veach votes yes.
Representative Leeper?
Rick Leeper votes yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. As a reminder, we are keeping the votes open until 2 o'clock this afternoon. And just a couple of points before we head out. It's Ag Day, so get over to the Capitol. Also, we are having a little JF thank you upstairs in room 3200, beginning right around 12:30. And I also want to say a thank you to our clerk, Jim McNeely, and also Kristen and Janet from OLR, Janelle from OFA, of course, Pam and Judy in our committee, and of course, our LCO, Brad, whom we wouldn't get anything done if it wasn't for Brad. So thank you for all of your work during the 2024 session. We will stand in recess.
line is the bottom line. Reverse fair pricing. Consumers also recognize that the offer is negotiable, which, as I said, a lot of times consumers don't.
Okay, so Representative Dancho.
I just wanted to check House Bill 5353.
5353. That was part of the consent calendar.
Oh, it was, I missed it on the list, so I just wanted to make sure that I hit it all. So I think I'm good, right?
Check. I think you are. Assuming. Okay. You know, I was. Yeah. Is there a live room?
Perfect, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Reyes on 193. On 193, I want to change it from unknown to change that, okay? And I don't know if I missed anything. Because I was driving up to the past. Where's your accent from?
England.
England, I thought so. I was there. They want just assume.
You are all good to go.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You were trained there?
Hmm?
You were educated there?
Half and half. I did elementary school here. In fact, there.
Do you have a long accent?
No, when I was here originally, I was the English kid, and when I was there, I was the American kid.
Okay. I love the accent. It took me forever to lose mine.
Representative Chafee, I think I have all of your votes.
I wasn't sure if I missed one, maybe right before the rabbit bill. I don't remember the number.
No, you did. Okay, yes. So, Senate Bill 294, taking of municipal parklands.
I'll vote yes.
Are 196 and 193 heading to the floor?
Votes aren't closed yet. That's all good. Representative Chafee, you are all good to go.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Next up, Representative Dillon. Votes for you. We've got 3, I believe. So, Senate Bill 193, evictions of farmers, state property. Representative Dillon.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. There are many voices at this point. Which bill are you asking about?
193.
The title?
It's an act requiring legislative approval for the eviction of farmers operating on certain state-owned property. Yes. Then Senate Bill 196, the rabbits bill.
No.
And then you voted on the consent calendar, so actually we're all good to go.
That's right. I did come in. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Representative Leeper, you, I've got the rabbits bill.
Yes. I think that should be it.
Yep, you're right. That's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey there.
No, take your time.
No. We've got all sorts of votes here. So, an act requiring legislative approval for evictions of farmers, 193.
No, 292 for me. I need 292. I don't know if there was amendments, if we can get a picture of it, or
Amendments, 292.
yes,
There was a friendly amendment.
there was.
It was PFAS.
Yes, the PFAS.
The amendment was insert. It's referring to biosolids, wastewater sludge, and
The bios, so there's no, are they not taking anything out? They're not. No, it's just the different bios, so the bill stays the same. Okay, so then everything else stays the same, everything else. And so it's going to the house floor, correct? Or the second?
both not closed yet, so I couldn't say.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to go.
Yes, so evictions, farmers.
I have, let's see, if you one, do you have like, are they numbered? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I've, well, 193. I've got some like this, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You wanna take-
Let me see, because I know that I voted on the first.
I've got a couple of your votes here. That one I need, that one I need. Got your vote for that. That's an amendment, so that's done. And then just vote for that. That, and you vote for this. Okay.
Okay, so, let's see. Okay, what was the last bill that I voted on?
In I think it would have, well, given that 190. Yeah, I've got 4 for you. I've got the consent calendar. Yes, consent. Okay, good. I've got, this was the last one. Rabbits. Yes, from rabbits. And then taking of municipal parklands by the municipalities.
What bill was that?
294. No. And then the legislative approval for eviction of farmers operating on certain state-owned properties, 193.
193, yeah. I'm caught up.
Yes, you want all for that?
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Hello, Representative.
Hey, I think I was there for everything, but I just wanted to confirm. Can you take a look for me?
I think I've got all your votes, but I will.
There was one
check.
where I got like a call in the middle of it, so I don't know if it kicked me out or not.
What? Yeah, I think I've got all your votes from them. Yeah, you are.
All right,
good to
thank
go.
you so much. Enjoy an extra piece of cake from me, okay?
I will do.
See you. Bye. Thanks for all your help.
Some, you know, sad day. Exactly. It is good though.
Yes, fantastic. Climate change.
I mean, I don't believe in it like I wish it to happen, but it is actually happening. Yeah. I believe in climate change.
PFAS.
Yeah.
Eviction of farmers on certain state properties.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, streamlining.
Uplands.
Yeah.
Consent calendar.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's all around. I love the positivity. Representative Anderson, are you there? Uh, okay, votes. Rabbits?
Rabbits. Elmer Fudd. Yes.
State-owned eviction property fine, that thing.
Property. Trubisky was a yes. I'll go yes.
Climate change.
No.
Oh, I got your vote. Yeah, never mind. I'll take a vote there. Consent calendar.
Yes.
Somebody there. That's an amendment.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're good.
I do appreciate it. I'm guessing everything but the rabbits.
Yes on everything but the rabbits. Voted.
Is it passing? Is the rabbit?
We haven't got all the votes yet, so I actually couldn't say. Vote. That's an amendment. Okay. Thanks so much, Sam. That's what it's trying to get. Yeah.
Interesting.
Closest of us.
Is it?
Mhm.
This is Rep. Anderson. Can I vote?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So votes for you. We've got Senate Bill 294, an act concerning the taking of municipal parklands by municipalities.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the agenda. What agenda item number is it?
Agenda number 9.
No.
Senate Bill 196, which is agenda item 12.
Yes.
House Bill 5004, which is item 1.
I voted on that.
Yes, you
I
did.
vote-
And then we've got that one you voted on. The consent calendar.
Rep. Anderson votes yes.
Senate Bill 292, I believe it's just a PFAS, number 2 on the agenda.
I voted on that. Should be, I voted yes.
Okay, I got your vote now. And then finally, Senate Bill 193, which is number 15 on the agenda.
Rep. Anderson votes yes.
All right. And that should be all your votes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Get it, Representative. Sorry for missing out earlier.
What vote is it?
It's SB 294, an act concerning the taking of municipal parklands by municipalities.
Yes.
Yes on that. All right, now you are definitely good to go.
Thank you. Thank you.
I agree with you, Dr. and Chair, Steve, if you get there, I'm going to get the
Yeah, voting yes on this. Doesn't surprise me. That was it, yeah.